new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Establish a strong communications relay. Designed with open standards, the Gateway can be expanded as new missions and partnerships develop, allowing multiple human missions on the moon at the same time and enabling ongoing science to be conducted even between human missions. The Gateway is also capable of adjusting its orbit to allow access to every part of the moon, something the Apollo missions could not do. But the real key in this approach is placing Gateway in a unique halo orbit to perfect the maneuvers needed for Mars missions. And with the growing list of commercial and international opportunities, Gateway is the ideal hub between Earth and all.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go!
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit. Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage. And we have Miko.
Miko.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
All right, we have stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second stage.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
Which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out 2 Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard almost to Canada. Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
A little over 4 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing. While they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Up on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You Today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
starting chill for engine.
There's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon. Still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen. Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out SECO. It'll then be a little
Stage 2 propulsion is still good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a nominal trajectory. Just about 10 seconds away from that first stage, starting that entry burn on your right screen. We should be able to see that view live.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there is that entry burn beginning. This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
While that entry burn continues, we're just about a minute away from SECO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
we'll be looking for that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Yeah, actually just within a few seconds of each other. Such a cool view on your left screen, seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now you can see the displays that they are seeing right now themselves.
Terminal guidance.
MVAC throttle step.
We are coming up 25 seconds or so away from SECO, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about 4.8.
Copy, Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
MVAC throttle step. MVAC shut down.
Stage 1 landing line.
Confirmation of SECO's second engine cutoff.
Now we are waiting for our first stage to make its way to our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Didn't
Launch
get
escape system
confirmation.
is disarmed.
Nominal
Dragon
orbital
copy.
insertion.
Nominal
Stage
orbital
1 landing leg
insertion.
deployed.
What you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
M1D to recovery 1.
So exciting today.
M1D.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion, so that means Falcon 9 and Dragon right now exactly where they're supposed to be.
M1D to FRC on recovery 1.
And it's right at about 12 minutes
This is FRC.
when
Can you
Dragon will
switch over to
separate.
ECF9?
Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know Bob and Doug owe us a little bit about what exactly that is that they brought up with them.
And before separation, before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to make, they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and it is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage does small attitude maneuver using cold gas thrusters built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly. So we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate. Such cool views. I cannot get over this view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of 2,700 meters, 27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour. Again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly, and they'll begin a series of checks on the Directo thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, wallows.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS loss of signal with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There is a great view right in front of you
Countdown
of
1,
Dragon
December.
separating.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Paula. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9. And it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Paula and Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
All right, so Bob and Doug are in
And Dragon
space.
SpaceX, we confirm nominal ECLS activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploys in progress.
Copy all. We're monitoring.
The Corps here in Hawthorne giving the crew a heads up that we have confirmation the nose cone is deploying. So again, that nose cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about, I think, 105 degrees, and that's going to expose the actual docking ring and the hatch that they're going to be going through once they attach to the International Space Station, and also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters, that are going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters to actually raise their orbit gradually over the coming hours. Also heard good activation of the ECLS, that's the Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's everything controlling their atmosphere, just keeping Dragon a nice, safe, habitable environment where they're going to be living for the next 19 hours until they arrive at the space station.
Right, exactly. And Falcon 9's job may be done for today, but the mission is not over. Crew Dragon's job is not done. As you can see, Bob and Doug are still inside Crew Dragon, making their way. It will be a 19-hour trip to the International Space Station before they dock tomorrow morning. And such cool views. I love that we can get these live views here and see and watch what they're doing now that they are in orbit.
Yeah, it's incredible to just be looking over their shoulder, to be along for the ride.
Confirmed that all of the ballast was properly installed in the crew module. The test validated the Orion team's computer models used to calculate the amount and location of ballast needed to properly balance the crew module. With the heat shields securely attached to the capsule, the crew module was then stacked on top of the service module in June. The stacked modules will undergo electrical, avionic, and radio frequency tests to prepare for the Exploration Flight Test 1 in December. In May, astronauts at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory in Houston trained underwater in newly modified spacesuits to work through simulated operations for NASA's asteroid retrieval mission. A month later, a naval team worked with Orion recovery specialists to train for a set of procedures to safely retrieve the capsule and forward bay cover. As exploration systems development closes in on December's launch of Exploration Flight Test 1, NASA centers nationwide stride toward the moon.
weather. Go. Pointing. Pointing, go. CDH. Go. GNC. Go. ECOM. Go. INCO. Go. NGC. Go. Engine start box, go.
Rock report. Range status.
Range green.
Upper stage LH2 secure at flight level. Status check.
Go Delta.
Orion.
4.
One camera through the mic, that would be perfect.
3, 2, 1.
And lift off at dawn, the dawn of Orion, and a new era of American space exploration.
Flight 5. Go flight home. Consider just passed through Apogee. The altitude was 3,132 nautical miles.
Last night, got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. A beautiful day pass right now, and heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass. If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're
Thanks, Benji. Same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out of Hawthorne, McGregor, and Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today. Our first day of work at the space station. A great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 this year. Exactly the way Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. It's pretty awe-inspiring. And just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
Absolutely. It's excellent to hear your voice, and it's excellent to just see you guys up there flying around, spinning, doing all these great things. A number of our employees have asked questions that we'd like to throw your way here. Probably the first one, and you've had this in a different version before, but what did it feel like riding on Falcon 9?
You know, we certainly have talked about it, but it never gets old talking about riding on Falcon 9.
Station, this is Houston. Are you
From
Houston,
the time the engines lit,
this is Space Station. We are absolutely ready for the event.
was about like we expected.
SpaceX, this is Mission
except
Control Houston. Please call Station
to
4
never
voice check.
simulate the G's. So as the G's built,
Station, this is Benji Reed from SpaceX. How do you hear me?
what I thought was really neat was how sensitive we were to the throttling.
Hello, Benji. We hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the space station, in virtually and physically.
Thank you, Chris. It's an honor to join you guys today. And it's awesome to see all of you guys up there together. First, I just want to say thank you again to Bob and Doug and your families from all of us here at SpaceX, all of our locations, all of our partners, all of our vendors, everyone for trusting us to bring you up there. I hope your first day there has been great so far.
That was a pretty neat event. That was a highlight of the asset for me.
Hey, thanks, Benji. It's same back at you. You know, congratulations to the folks out at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy. Just an incredible journey we've had the last couple days. A great day in space today, our first day of work and on space station. But what a great ride on Dragon and Falcon 9 to get us here. Everything worked exactly the way we planned it to work, and that's a credit to the teams there in Hawthorne and McGregor and Kennedy. Just it's a pretty awe-inspiring trip so far, and very humbling, and just we're just so proud to represent SpaceX and NASA in this new next launch capability.
Absolutely. It's excellent to hear your voice, and it's excellent to just see you guys up there floating around and spinning Earth and doing all these great things. A number of our employees have asked questions that we'd like to throw your way here. Probably the first one, and you've had this in a different version before, but what did it feel like riding on Falcon 9?
You know, we certainly have talked about it, but it never gets old talking about riding on Falcon 9. Just from the time the engine's lit, the first 2.5 minutes to staging was about like we expected, except, you know, you can never simulate the G's, so as the G's built, you could certainly feel those. Also, what I thought was really neat was how sensitive we were to the throttling of the Merlin engines. That was really neat. You could definitely sense that as we broke Mach 1 and went transonic and broke Mach 1. We could definitely feel that. In fact, I said it to Bob, and then the next thing you know, the call was made, and we didn't even need to look at the speed. You could tell just by how the rocket felt, and so it's a very pure flying machine. And then I think the next thing that really stood out for me was first stage separation with the engine cut off, and that separation event going to 0G for a split second, and then the Merlin vacuum engine lighting. That was a pretty neat event. That was a highlight of the ascent for me. And then once the MVAC started, then it was that kind of driving fast, very fast on a gravel road is how it felt the rest of the way up. A little bit of vibrations, not anything that was really unpleasant, but you certainly knew that there was a powerful engine behind you at the time, and that obviously took us all the way to orbit about 6 minutes later. And once again, you know, the G's and how the engine throttled to control the G's, and then straight to cutoff, and then just like with shuttle, you go from 3, actually in this case, we were more than 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously, and we knew we made it to orbit.
That's awesome. Sounds like the ultimate ride in a Batmobile with the jet engine turned on. Another question that we had came about what was going through your mind when you were on the pad. We know that you guys are steely-eyed and focused on the operation, but what was some of the last things that you were thinking about just before launch?
I think for both of us, Benji, we really almost started the ride when we got to go for tanking. And so when the tanking operation started, Dragon really and the Falcon 9 really came alive underneath us. It was a little bit different than our shuttle experience where we came to the vehicle after it was tanked. And so as we marched through the loading countdown, I think when we got to 16 and a half minutes and we got started on the locks for the second stage, I think that we said, well, we haven't done this before because it was something new from what had happened just a few days earlier. And I think each one of the events, we just marked them off as, well, we never did that before. Oh, we never did that before. And it was pretty cool kind of marching our way all the way uphill. And so all the way to the point where we saw 189 or so on the perigee, I think, and knew that we had safely made it into the first portion of our orbit, and we're headed towards space station. I think we were excited, but I've said this before, and I'll say it again about the training team, just doing an excellent job. And when we started this adventure, I described it as my goal to make it like Groundhog Day. So it was very familiar as we marched through the various events, and we knew where to look next for the thing that was going to tell us that we were proceeding normally through the count, through the launch, and on into orbit all the way to space station. And they succeeded wonderfully in producing that desired Groundhog Day familiarity as we went through the launch count. And of course, there's plenty of excitement when you ride a rocket, and we prefer the term as Demo 2, Dragon drivers versus Dragon riders. But when you go through that, there's certainly a ton of excitement to go along with all that as well.
That's fantastic. It sounds great. And we appreciate how much time you spent with us doing all of that training to make it Groundhog Day too. A question for Chris. What was it like for you knowing your buddies were going to be coming back? These Dragon drivers were going to be showing up and then opening the door for them.
Benji, it was really cool. As I was sitting in the cupola looking out the window, I had the opportunity to take a few photos. Hopefully you've seen some of them. They turned out pretty nice. But I could see the docking mechanism, and with a big lens, I could really look at the intricacies of the hatch and the docking mechanism. I thought about all of you folks there who put that together, and those mechanisms that were just moments away from making the physical contact and making these two vehicles one. And it really represented, as silly as it sounds, those docking mechanisms represented to me the unity that now we have between SpaceX and NASA.
That is really cool symbolism. It's true. You got that sense as we are moving into hard capture that you're becoming one vehicle. And, part of that unity that we see, you guys have a picture of the Earth, and you have a flag which also represents the friendly competition, maybe, that brings us unity. Why don't you tell us about that there?
Yeah, so this is the flag that we left here almost 9 years ago on STS-135. It had actually flown on STS-1, and then it flew again with us on STS-135. And at some point after the end of the shuttle program, we decided we would have a little friendly competition to see who came up and got this flag. And congratulations, SpaceX, you got the flag. So Bob and Chris will not let us forget it. That's the biggest thing, is this will be on his to-do list when we get the nod to return Dragon back to Earth. And hopefully this will find a great place of honor somewhere in Hawthorne.
Well, it's an honor to have you guys be able to come grab that flag. One other question that we got was if anybody has seen Little Earth floating around, or maybe he's driving the space station, or...
Yeah, that's a great question, Benji. I haven't had a chance with, Chris is going to go find him. We haven't been on station long enough to finish all the activities that we've had to do with outfitting Dragon for, being able to be our emergency lifeboat home. So we spent the day doing that. And we're really excited. This is going to be the event. No one else is getting a chance to see this, I guess. Here comes Earthy. And I think I might need to run down and get Tremor, the Apatosaurus, so that we can reunite these two together. So our intent is to bring Earthy home if we can fashion a spacesuit for him so that, he needs emergency response or she needs emergency response capability as well.
That's outstanding. Very good. I want to give you guys a chance. I hear there's something else that you guys wanted to talk about or show us.
Yeah, this is that mosaic that was put on board Dragon with all the virtual graduates this year that you guys put together, and we think it's amazing. I know Chris, when he first saw it, said he couldn't believe how cool it looked, and we just wanted to make sure you guys got to see it here on board Space Station.
That is very cool. I understand that over 90,000 graduates from preschool through college and graduate school for class of 2020 are represented on that. And there's Tremor.
No, I think that this image that you guys put together to recognize the class of 2020 with all that the entire Earth is going through, I think as astronauts, we often get asked the question about the overview effect and the perspective change that happens. And I think things like the pandemic that we're all going through together should make it clear that we're all in this together, and kind of cooperation and doing your part to fight the battle that we're fighting against this pandemic. This is just a great example of the same sort of a thing, that we're all going through this shared experience, and it's just wonderful you were able to recognize all the graduates in this special way.
It's wonderful, guys. I just want to tell you again how awesome, and honestly gives me goosebumps just to know that I'm talking with you as you're on orbit above us right now. It's awe-inspiring for all of us. And so maybe one last question. What would you tell the future generation? We've got a lot of us have kids, a lot of us are have family and friends who are going to be the next generation of astronauts. What would you say to all of them?
For me, I would say dreams do come true, and you should chase them. I think when we had our short meeting with Elon the other day in crew quarters, we talked about the audacity that it takes to pull off human spaceflight, and how much paranoia that it also takes to pull it off. And if you work really hard, you can accomplish great things, and this is just a true example of exactly that. Folks not giving up, whatever challenges are in front of them. It's been, folks talk about SpaceX as being a new company, a new kid on the block. When we talked to Hans the other day, he shared with us his 18-year story. So it's almost unfair to call yourself a new kid on the block anymore. Once you've made it to low Earth orbit with humans and have 18 years invested. So just hats off, and congratulations to you guys for accomplishing it. And you accomplished something great because you dared to dream it.
Well, thank you guys. And on behalf of all of us here at SpaceX and all of our partners, thank you for flying SpaceX. We look forward to bringing you home soon to your families, safe on Earth. and then sending more people up to help keep space station running. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Benji. Thank you, Hawthorne. Thank you, McGregor. Thank you, Kennedy.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous years of humans living and working on the International Space Station.
Thank you to all participants from SpaceX Station. We are now resuming operational audio communications.
Demo 2 mission.
We hear you loud and clear, sir.
Just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and of course NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crew SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course...
6 hours actually sampling within the storm. With the Global Hawk, we can get 3 times, sometimes even 4 times as much as you can get with manned aircraft.
Now this plane can fly to 65,000 feet. It can fly 13 miles up. It can also fly for nearly 30 hours. So this plane can take off here from Virginia, on the coastline of Virginia, close to where hurricanes form. It can fly all the way to Africa. It can spend about 10 hours on the coastline of Africa and then fly all the way back. There is no plane that can do that in the NASA vehicles that we have.
Because the Global Hawk can fly so high for so long, scientists can study larger areas of the Earth for longer periods of time, in places where planes with pilots on board may not be able to reach. We spoke with pilot Phil Hall about the Global Hawk and what it's like to fly the plane without actually being inside it.
So the two Global Hawks that we're flying for HS3, Air Vehicle 6 and Air Vehicle 1, from a pilot perspective, it's a very, very different aircraft. We don't have any rudder pedals or a control yoke. We actually use a mouse and keyboard. We actually have a control room on the ground. We have 2 of them now. We have one at Edwards Air Force Base in California, and we have one here at Walt's Flight Facility in Virginia. So it's basically like a trailer. It's been specially designed for Global Hawk. It's full of computer systems that can talk to the aircraft. So we can connect to the internet, and all these satellite products of lightning, the storm from satellite images, we're able to download that almost real time and use that to actually navigate the storm. For the first part of the mission, we actually fly the aircraft from Wallops. And once we get about 2 or 3 hours into our flight, we actually transfer control of the airplane back to Edwards Air Force Base, NASA Dryden Flight Research Center. It's very different from any other kind of aviation operation in that we have pilots on both coasts, and we can actually transfer control of the aircraft during the flight to the other pilots. And when you have these long missions, like 26 or 27 hours, one person can't sit there for the entire flight. So we actually have 3 or 4 shifts of people that come and go to man this aircraft.
Now, pilots know how to fly planes and they can tell the plane where to go, but how does a pilot actually know where to go? You have to have scientific information. Now, scientists sit in a separate trailer. We have computers sitting in front of us. We bring in satellite information. We bring in forecast information. And because weather can change so fast, they can collect that information, interpret it, and then relay it to the pilots and say, well, instead of going over to this point, why don't you go over to this point over here, which is where we think the eye has relocated. So it's a great team between the scientists and the pilots to actually get the most information you can out of a flight.
How can you become involved in our mission? You can follow the plane too, just like the pilots and scientists do, by participating in live chats where you can get live updates on where the plane is flying right from your own classroom.
You can definitely be a part of our mission by actually being able to look at the same screen we're looking at. I'm looking at where the plane is flying with respect to the storm, and you have access to the same data I get to look at. You have access to see the plane's altitude, you can see the wind speeds, you can see the wind direction, and you can chat live with pilots, with forecasters, mission scientists, and we're looking at the same thing you are, and that's just really exciting to know that you can ask us any question at any time, and we are right there looking at the same thing.
To learn more about our mission, visit nasa.gov/HS3. See you next time on NASA Airborne.
Wherever, however, whenever. We're here, there. We're everywhere. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. Exploration enabled.
There it is. You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. Today, we're giving it another shot with our partners at SpaceX. Wednesday's first attempt was postponed due to that wild weather, but if all goes well today, we will mark a new first in NASA's storied history and usher in the commercial crew era of American spaceflight.
At 3:32 Eastern Time this afternoon, NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken are expected to lift off from Pad 39A aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. If the weather cooperates, today's attempt will mark SpaceX's first ever flight with crew and the beginning of a new chapter in human spaceflight.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Kennedy Space Center, home of the wild Florida weather, which is why we're sitting inside again today, but this time a little bit closer with some plexiglass between us.
Yes, and I'm Lauren Lyons, a senior Starlink development engineer at SpaceX, and joining us today is retired astronaut and NASA meatball lover, Leland.
Thank you, Lauren and Marie. It's great to be back. That weather was really wild last what, 2 days ago, 3 days ago?
Yes. It feels like yesterday. I don't know, depending on how much you slept. Could be the same day. I think it was Wednesday.
But down to T minus 17, and our teams made the right call. You know, we didn't want to go through that weather and have something happen. And I think that, we're back to this hallowed ground thing, Pad 39A. We are, my time back there was in 2008, 2009 on Space Shuttle Atlantis, launching to the International Space Station and building out the International Space Station. So now Doug and Bob can launch Crew Dragon and go to an assembly complete space station.
Yeah, and I know it's been really touch and go with the weather. We were looking at it last night, we were looking at it this morning. The teams are going to continue to monitor things, so it's kind of touch and go, but at last check it was a 50-50 chance. So hopefully those odds are going to be, I don't know if they're going to improve, but 50-50's not bad. It could be worse, right? So we have teams all over the country covering the action from SpaceX headquarters in California, Mission Control in Houston, and our social media desk in Washington, and of course, right here in Florida.
Today's mission will be Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. We're a little more than 4 hours away from liftoff. Bob and Doug have had their lunch and have completed their medical checks in advance of launch. In about 15 minutes, NASA is going to turn the crew over to the SpaceX team. And once that happens, there are a series of key milestones to complete as we count down to T0. The first one is suit up. Now, the suit up room is located in NASA's Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, or the ONC. Here, the SpaceX team is going to help the astronauts put on their suits and perform key suit checkouts. From there, the next step is crew walkout. The astronauts are going to leave the ONC building for final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside of the facility before they head out to the launch pad.
And following final goodbyes, the crew will get in a Tesla and begin the roughly 20-minute drive to pad 39A. Now, once at the pad, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in order to board the spacecraft in a process we call crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and the vehicle interactions are all functioning properly.
And after all the vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's hatch with Bob and Doug safe inside. About 40 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is that long suspended walkway that the astronauts are going to use to board Dragon, it's going to retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system.
Once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, that's when propellant loading on the Falcon 9 rocket will begin. About 5 minutes before liftoff, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the vehicle.
And at T0, again, a little over 4 hours from now, if all goes well and the weather cooperates, Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off from pad 39A, carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage, enter its activation phase, and begin using its own onboard propulsion system to carry Bob and Doug to their destination, which is the International Space Station. And as I mentioned previously, Bob and Doug are just finishing up their lunch, and we are currently awaiting their arrival to the suit-up room.
And while we await that, you will notice over the course of this broadcast that we do not have crowds gathered here at Kennedy Space Center. And that, of course, is one of the impacts of our protocols to protect each other and our teams. We would normally have tens of thousands of guests here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to view the launch. But even though we couldn't host a lot of guests here, you can still join us through every step of this historic mission from wherever you are. We have a team dedicated to those of you following along on social media, and NASA's Tahira Allen is in Washington right now leading that effort. Hi, Tahira.
Hey, Marie, and hey, everyone out there. My name is Tahira Allen, and if you are one of the 4.9 million people tuning in on Wednesday, we are so glad to see you here again. If you weren't able to witness the pre-launch activities on Wednesday, you are in luck because I'm here to bring you all the excitement happening on social media around the nation. This is a big day for both NASA and SpaceX, and we are ready for you to be a part of it. We had a lot of people engaged on Wednesday, so we want to see if we can top that energy today. We will be sharing your photos and thoughts live on air during today's broadcast, so don't hold back and show us how you're getting ready for liftoff. You can join the conversation by using the hashtag LaunchAmerica on NASA's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. I'll be monitoring that hashtag LaunchAmerica all day to highlight your social media posts throughout the show. You'll also be able to engage in social media polls during today's broadcast. And so even if you tuned in before, these are brand new polls, so just head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast those votes. So I know most of you are tuning in from home today, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved in the action. Check out NASA's Instagram and Facebook to find our Launch America augmented reality filters. They place you right at Kennedy Space Center, and you can actually see the Falcon 9 rocket lift off in a pair of sunglasses. If you haven't already, be sure to check out our first ever global NASA social. So head on over to NASA's Facebook to join the group. We've got all new social badges, a nice fresh photo here, some Q&As with some very special guests, and also behind the scenes tours of Kennedy Space Center in Florida. and not to mention just an awesome community of people excited to witness this moment. So, just right here in training, getting ready for that Launch America. So if you're just tuning in, to get us started, we have a poll for you on Twitter right now. We want to know what NASA logo you are sporting for today's launch. The iconic meatball or the iconic worm? Head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast those votes. And with that, let's head back to Lauren at Kennedy Space Center. Lauren?
Those are the doors at the back of the crew quarters building, and it's an area where family, friends, and members of the media can share one final moment with the crew before launch. Now, the walk through those doors has signaled the beginning of the march towards launch for every American mission to space since 1968. This is the moment that is immortalized on film and video for 400 different astronauts from Apollo all the way.
Beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass. If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip. Bob's panning the camera back now, just kind of taking a look at around the cabin just to see how things look after a cruise lived in Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some a little bit of dinner, then reconfigured the cabin for orbit op. Well, hello folks, welcome aboard the Dragon Capsule Endeavour. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today.
Dragon SpaceX, the ground is go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
And really at this point, it's all relative maneuvers, a very slow and steady approach to the station. Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat, Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat. They've got a display in front of them that's the forward view. It's got some procedural information on the left-hand side that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could, of course, step in and issue a command if necessary. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard at the space station. You just saw one of the Directo thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
We've completed the gain setting adjustment for seat 1, and I'll turn it over to Doug for the handling quality quick look. SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for the handling qualities. It flew just about like the STEM, so my congratulations to the folks in Hawthorne.
The very top there is the nose cone on the spacecraft.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close. Again, we're going to have a short hold at 20 meters. Teams will just do a final check, and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief. We should get to that hold point in just about 4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
You can see the service section Dracos just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the International Docking Adapter.
And we are just 5 meters away. Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Those shadows of the space station on the vehicle. Yeah, you can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station.
look for Dragon tonight or whenever you want to take it there.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
Kathy, just make sure Steph gets that message he was asking us that
We copy that. Thank you. Did you have anything else? We just went through KU for a brief minute, but we're back now.
we're good, and we're done with the conference.
Okay, thank you.
need another WSTA fill, I'm happy to throw it in here. Huntsville Station, happy to help. What do you need? Hey Chris, this time it's the MSG laptop. Find that at Lab 1, Storm 2. And just looking for a hard power cycle on that happening now. You can watch it on the lab camera. Thanks, Chris. We got about another minute till we catch up on KU. Did you see a login screen when that laptop came up? So go ahead and log in with the MSG credential. So the login screen is very hard to get. I'll log in now as soon as it comes up. Just got a Windows error with the black screen and go to save mode or start normally. I can hit start normally if you'd like. Yeah, Chris, let's go with start normally. So that's complete. It did not ask me for any credentials. It just went right to the screen you see now. If you have key, which it looks like you do. Yeah, Chris, we see that. Looks pretty good right now. We'll try to log into it, and we'll let you know if we need any more help. Appreciate it.
hope to have them up there shortly after EPTPC. Couple of items for you guys, for Chris, specifically the EMER equipment that you stowed out of the way for the PAO event earlier today. We just wanted to verify whether that house UTV with TVAs and the half decrease indicators has been moved back into those two, the input area. Okay, we copy. Thank you. And then regarding the HTV ups, we were wondering if you could confirm whether or not you spent more or less time on the HTV cargo than we had planned in the schedule. You had specifically 1 hour.
Started a little late and went a little long. Added 5 minutes to the published thing, maybe 10, call it an hour 10.
Okay, we copy. And then we're going to ask the same question for Bob regarding his Dragon cargo ops from this morning, the 8:15 to 9:45 block. Can he estimate if he spent more than that hour and a half or not?
Yeah, Jim, yes, sir. With the BC, they're still talking.
Okay, we copy that. And Chris, we do have a few items for them, so if we want to just come back to them after the PMC, we can do that.
Maybe more effective. We'll call it.
Okay, that sounds good. Chris, well, we have one last item for Houston. Bob and Doug, iPads 1004 and 1006 that they were having issues with earlier. We wanted to see if we can make sure those are powered and connected to the internet so that our team down here can troubleshoot them.
Confirm and call you back after.
Okay, we copy all. And that's all we have from Houston. Do you have any comments or questions for us until we can talk to Bob and Doug? Okay, then with that, I'm going to hand you directly over into Moscow. I think. Good evening.
Радиограмма 57.3. Это информация по использованию. Долговременное регионе формы 24. Надежно закреплена. И если там задеть,
hard to tell. We got a little bit out of order, and I did the locker unstow, which was, I think, not part of that task. So I think the time that was allotted for that task was appropriate. Because the locker time was over on Doug, but the water stow task, shuffle on his side, just those common bags that they have on the SpaceX vehicle take quite a bit of time to unpack and repack. So basically, the entire time for his the locker stow, the 4 locker just removals, I needed to move out, and his time might have moved over to me.
Okay, we copy. Thanks. And then for Bob regarding snow tracks, I understand that earlier you were seeing items completed. And Chris, we just wanted to confirm whether or not you selected Bacon. Somebody will answer you.
I guess, Kathy, I'm not sure about that. We may have done a handoff of the stow track, and some of them may have shown up as Chris versus me, but I think when I did select myself, I was able to get stow track to recognize me as my name. The thing that's different on the iPad is I think that it may be logged in as Chris to the different networks or to the login activities that are not as different than the pull down on stow track, I think. And I think that neither Doug or I have, I at least have not logged into the iPad as myself. We're kind of, I don't know, hacked in off of Chris's password.
Okay, we copy all. And as long as you have selected your name for the stow track, then that should be sufficient for getting that marked as your task.
Please let me know if you guys were seeing me as Chris during the changes for that list. I think what we tried to report earlier was that we have not taken the time to try to do a transition over to our own logins. We had some difficulty with the iPads yesterday and just downloaded to Chris's pairs, and we haven't reinitiated the login sequence to try to log in as ourselves.
Okay, we copy that. And then for Doug, I understand yesterday you did not get, you were having issues getting stow track working, so we were just curious if you were able to had tried the directions from the daily sub reading clear the cache, and if you were still having issues.
I haven't taken a look at it today, but I can maybe look at it now.
And no rest just report to us if you do try that and it doesn't work. That's all we need to know. And then the very last item that I have for you guys is the ground is ready for transition to quiescent mode. So we wanted just to make you aware that for this very first transition, that SpaceX is planning to take it to quiescent mode, then wake it back up, and then take it back to quiescent mode and stay there. We just want to make sure all the transitions work properly both ways.
Do you happen to know how long they're going to do to get the quiescent, bring it back up, and then what that delta is going to be after that before they take it to quiescent for the longer term?
And we expect to be in quiescent for about 5 minutes, and then go back to awake. We'll stay there for another 5 minutes, and then back to the final quiescent.
Copy that. That plan is going to take place soon or tomorrow or in the next few minutes?
We are ready to put that in work as soon as we complete this conversation, and I have one go back regarding FIT. We were wondering if you guys were able to log on to the FIT app on your iPad.
We're not 100% sure which iPads we're supposed to use or which are the prime and backups, as there was a lot of discussion last night about that. So I certainly haven't done it, as I'm not sure which is my prime iPad at this point.
2006 iPads, which should be your iPads that you will use for the rest of the duration. Overnight, we've accessed make sure that it's powered in and we can take a look at that. And the Fit app can be logged in on any iPad. It doesn't necessarily have to be your own. Just let us know if you have anything you want to use.
We'll try it now on one of the backup iPads and let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, that concludes everything we have for Houston. If you guys have anything for us. Okay, and just one more heads up. We did let Chris know that the Safe Haven Big Picture words for tomorrow are not yet on board, but we are expecting to get those shortly after evening DPC for you.
Station on 2. Sorry, Kathy, with a couple of go backs.
I'll go right ahead. What's up?
Just double checking with you on the emergency hardware activities. When Chris had done his pre-gather, there were both a mask and the HDIs that we didn't have a call out in our procedure for where they should be stowed or anything to be done with them. But those just stay in the node to forward income.
And that is correct. It should be in that house PCB with the TBAs and the house secrets indicators, and that will stay in the node to income.
We'll find a good spot of upgrade so that it doesn't come unstowed inadvertently. And we've done a quick check of the food intake tracker, and when we start the app up on both of the iPads that we have, I have 1001. For example, it's just like Chris's picture, and then there are 2 blank spaces. Do we need to go through a new user setup of some sort, or should there be a login page that looks like ours to click?
We copy that, and we were expecting you to have a way to click on yourself, so we'll take a look at that from the down and see what we can do. No further action on that for you tonight.
Kathy, just for completeness, both Doug and I have tried. I've got 1001 and he has 1005 for our iPads, and we get the same issue with the food intake tracker. Just Chris's mug, not the 2 ugly ones.
Okay, we copy that. We'll see if we can fix that. And should I get them done by SMS?
in on crewnet or just plugged into a full power source?
Any power.
Copy that. And then 1.0 1083, it says Dragon A past IMV dump. I seem to remember a week ago a conversation about this, but this is the uncrewed Dragon IMV dump. But if you could clarify for that 1.0 1083.
I copy 1.0 1083. Check on that. Okay, we can confirm that that is for the uncrewed Dragon.
Kathy, we copied that that is a extra Dragon City IMV dump. Does it need to be stored in PMA2 or no tube forward end cone? I think that no tube forward end cone area is what was suggested in the stowage task that I did earlier today, and Chris is just trying to clean up some of the pre-gathered bags that were in that location.
We're checking. And it's fine to leave that there for today. There is more unpacking and refilling activities tomorrow, and it's happening.
successful endeavor. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled, so we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today.
Dragon SpaceX, the ground is go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
And really at this point, it's all relative maneuvers, a very slow and steady approach to the station. Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat, Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat. They've got a display in front of them that's the forward view. It's got some procedural information on the left-hand side that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could, of course, step in and issue a command if necessary. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard at the space station. You just saw one of the Directo thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
We've completed the gain setting adjustment for seat 1, and I'll turn it over to Doug for the handling quality quick look. SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for the handling qualities. It flew just about like the STEM, so my congratulations to the folks in Hawthorne.
The very top there is the nose cone on the spacecraft. We're
inside 100 meters, continuing to close. Again, we're going to have a short hold at 20 meters. Teams will just do a final check, and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief. We should get to that hold point in just about 4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
You can see the service section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the International Docking Adapter.
And we are just 5 meters away. Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Those shadows of the space station on the vehicle. Yeah, you can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go. Two meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Standing by.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station. Followed by Doug Hurley. Demo 2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan. Crew all gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on its Demo 2 mission.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country, and in fact, to inspire the world.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and of course NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you. And today and yesterday represent big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you. We just held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple of opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this launch and y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire especially the young people in the United States, to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. And it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America. And the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians, to give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who was a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the space shuttle.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the space shuttle, both Doug and I took a few minutes while we were accomplishing the approach and docking to, in our spare time, talk a little bit about it. We were surprised a little bit at how smooth things were off the pad. The space shuttle is a pretty rough ride heading into orbit with the solid rocket boosters. And our expectation was, as we continued with the flight into second stage, that things would basically get a lot smoother than the space shuttle did. But Dragon was huffing and puffing all the way into orbit, and we were definitely driving or riding a Dragon all the way up. And so it was not quite the same ride, the smooth ride, as the space shuttle was up to Miko. A little bit less G's, but a little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it.
I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehart, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about. It's really bringing the children that we've got and our grandchildren forward, so they'll be the ones that are going into deep space. This is the dawn of a new era, and we just thank you for being at the beginning of it. Thank you so much.
It was absolutely our pleasure, but it's just a huge team effort across the board from SpaceX to NASA that made this all happen. We were just the lucky guys that got to fly the rocket yesterday.
I have a question for Chris Cassidy. Our crew here decided to be about 3 days late. You got to work them overtime, I presume, now to get them caught up on all the activities that they missed out on. Any plans for them?
Well, the day they missed out on was a good one for them to skip. It was Saturday house cleaning, but I took care of it for them. We'll catch up next weekend. But in all seriousness, we've got a few things to take care of tonight. Make sure we're all safe and we know the plan in case something bad happens. And then we're looking forward to some operational stuff later in the month. Maybe we'll get outside and do some spacewalks. And our efforts in these coming weeks will be in that effort. So we're all super excited to have two more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And of course, here in Houston, this is the home of the astronaut office, and the Johnson Space Center is led by Mark Geyer, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark for a few comments.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, it's great to see all of you there. Good to see you, Bob and Doug. I know we talked a few days ago. You look a little taller than I remember you. And but I also want to thank Anatoly and Iman and of course Chris for what you guys have been doing since you all arrived. And I know there's been a ton to do, and you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. So I also like this visual of our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
And of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weiss, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo 1. And the flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system, and I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C. at our reviews, and because the last thing we do at those reviews is look at you all, because you guys are the risk takers, and make sure you're okay with where we are and where we're headed. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your active participation in that. And I could not be more, like I said, more proud of the team. And congratulations. And it is awesome to see you guys on station.
Well, thank you, sir. We're just proud to be a part of the team that got to bring a space flight back to the Florida coast. I appreciated the comment earlier that it was nice to see a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station. But I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
I just want you to know the president came to the launch and the vice president came to the launch. About half the cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges. We were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so, so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next. And of course, this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. ultimately we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women, which is why we call the program Artemis, named after the twin sister of Apollo, and she, in Greek mythology, was the goddess of the moon. This is the beginning. There is so much more to come, and I'm glad that our representatives of the Johnson Space Center are here because we're going to be asking them to fund this project. and what an amazing day that you guys have given us. So thank you from not just me and the people here, but from the United States of America and people all around the world. I'm more popular on Twitter than I've ever been, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
Dr. Marcos Flores, Space Agency astronaut. He's communicating with the astronauts still aboard the station. Meanwhile, the visiting vehicle officer, or Mike Campion, is keeping tabs of everything happening with the Soyuz vehicle now on its way home. We've got a live look here from the balcony of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov. This is a town outside of Moscow that where the team will be controlling all of tonight's landing operations. Both the Houston and Moscow flight control teams are fully focused on the landing of the Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft, currently almost 19 miles away from the space station. Inside that spacecraft are NASA's Jessica Meir and Andrew Morgan, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Skropochka, commander of the Soyuz
Good morning, Dragon. We hope your evening aboard Endeavour was restful, and we are planning to resume all nominal communications at this time. How copy?
Night on Endeavour, and great to talk to you, Mike, and the team, and congratulations, by the way. Hopefully the new edition is doing well.
Thanks very much. Young Joseph Solomon is doing great. He's at home, hopefully letting his mom sleep a little bit.
All right, well, the crew has been woken up. If you didn't get the song right off the bat, that was Planet Caravan by Black Sabbath. So that is your first wake-up song played on a Crew Dragon. Planet Caravan, Black Sabbath. We know from their interviews pre-launch, Bob and Doug, definite fans of 70s, 80s rock, and also into the 90s, which I was like, yeah, guys, thumbs up on that one.
Well, good morning, everyone, from Endeavour. We had a great night last night, got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. Beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia. And then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass.
And re-enter the atmosphere.
If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon kind of halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip.
Joined by Roscosmos cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishvili.
Things look after a cruise lived in Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some reconfigured the cabin for orbit op. Well, hello, folks. Welcome aboard the Dragon capsule Endeavour. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome.
He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today.
Orbit and into the Earth's atmosphere. At 11:50, the three portions of
Dragon SpaceX, the ground is go for approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
The parachutes will open. First two pilot parachutes and then a drogue chute.
At this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
And really at this point, it's all relative maneuvers, a very slow and steady approach to the station. Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers.
The Soyuz will land about 92 miles southeast of the town of Jezkazgan.
Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob and Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat. They've got a display in front of them that's the forward view. It's got some procedural inside that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could, of course, step in and issue a command if necessary. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard the space station. You just saw one of the Directo thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
Tonight there will be 8 helicopters deployed.
We've completed the gain setting adjustment for seat 1 and handling quality
for the landing site, about a 35-minute flight.
SpaceX Dragon on the handling qualities, it flew just about like the STEM system for the folks in Hawthorne.
The very top there is the nose cone on the spacecraft.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to... Again, we're going to have a short hold at 20 meters. Teams will just do a final check, and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief. We should point in just about 4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
You can see the service section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with the international docking adapter.
After landing, the crew
We are just 5 meters away. Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Those shadows of the space station on the vehicle. Yeah, you can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go.
Aircraft in Baikonur to return to his home in Star City, Russia.
2 meters.
We're expecting good weather for landing today at about 61 degrees Fahrenheit.
We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point, 1 meter to go.
For this crew that has spent so much time in space.
Soft capture complete.
Dragon
The extensive measures NASA has
soft
taken
capture
to ensure
confirmed.
the safety
Stand
of the
by for
landing
retraction and
team
docking.
of course, the crew. Listen in to learn a little bit more about all the preparations for their return trip to Earth.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
So normally what happens is a NASA
Dragon SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
Within 24 hours. But of course, even getting that NASA aircraft over there
Dragon,
with all the international stops involved has been quite an effort. And we're taking a different path. It's going to be kind of like a planes, trains, and automobiles scenario where I think we're going to even end up riding in an ambulance for several hours across the Kazakh steppe in order to get to our airplanes. So it'll be a little bit different than normal, but this is the first time landing for both me and my crewmate Morgan, so we don't really have anything to compare it to. It'll just be the way that it is for us. Once we get home, normally we have a little bit of a quarantine period, which has been a little bit soft in the past in terms of we can still kind of go about our daily routine. But because one of the hallmarks of spaceflight physiologically is actually a dysregulation of our immune system, we actually can come back potentially a bit immunocompromised. So of course that makes everybody at NASA concerned, and they want to make sure that they keep us safe and healthy. So we'll have a more strict quarantine this time, where we'll be actually staying and living at NASA for at least a week after we land.
This is an incredible time to be at NASA.
That we remain
3 new vehicles to be flown.
NASA astronaut Andrew Morgan actually launched on July 20th, 2019, the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 lunar landing. Today, he, Jessica Meir, and Oleg Skropochka land 50 years to the day of the Apollo 13 safe landing. In 1970, 50 years ago, the crisis was in space as flight controllers worked to bring the Apollo 13 crew safely home. 50 years later, things are a little more difficult on this side of the atmosphere as we navigate life during a pandemic. In both circumstances, we are united worldwide as we work to move forward to better days. We're about 10 minutes away from that deorbit burn, a 4-minute and 41-second burn that will bring the Soyuz, slowing it down by 128 meters per second. That's enough to drop it out of the Earth's orbit, which is exactly what we want
Ignition.
to bring it home.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. So rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
About 5 minutes after that deorbit burn is completed, the orbital module, the bulbous portion,
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal. M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket.
0.58 meters per second, leaving the descent module and crew inside.
Reports say all systems are go.
In the direction of travel.
Vehicle is supersonic.
That's important to note because the temperatures
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
Up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
M1D throttle up.
Astronauts inside as they enter that.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
It's expected that we won't have any
Copy,
communication
1 Bravo.
with the Soyuz crew, but those should be restored upon exit.
And we heard that 1
Once
Bravo
the
call
spacecraft
out.
is
That's
in
just the
range.
second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
crew is ready for the event.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight.
Station, this is JSCPA.
Right now, everything
How do you hear me?
continuing to look good. Next major event
JCPA
coming up
loud and clear.
is going to be the triple. We'll have main
Great.
engine
We'll start this
cutoff
off
of
with
the
a
9
question
first
from
stage
Twitter.
engines,
It's probably
stage
you, Chris.
separation,
It's from
and then
Brett.
ignition
When
of the
they
second
open the
stage
hatch, the
engine to
Dragon
continue
have
to
that
carry
new car smell.
astronauts into orbit.
It absolutely did. In fact, there
Coming
was a
up in
little
about
bit of,
20
of
seconds.
space smell in the vestibule.
M1D
and then when
throttle
we
down.
got that hatch open, you could tell it was a brand new vehicle with smiley faces
heard
on
we're
the other
throttling
side,
down the
smiley
Merlin
face
engines
on mine,
on the first
just as
stage.
if you had bought a new car. The same kind of reaction. Wonderful to see, my friends, and wonderful to see a brand new vehicle.
All right,
And we
we'll
have
start
Miko.
off with a question from Bill Harwood.
Miko.
Yes.
Falcon stage separation confirmed. Copy 2 Alpha.
Let's start off with a question from Bill Harwood. CBS.
MVAC ignition.
can you hear me now? Testing 1, 2. Could you guys hear me now?
I'm clear, Bill.
All right, we have stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second stage,
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off, about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard, almost to Canada. Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Comment on it while we were going uphill. I think we tried to verbalize as much of the new experiences we were having just to make sure they were for real between the two of us. We were sensing the same things.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
All right, let's go to a question from Stephen Clark.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from the spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
Ignite a new engine in flight. I'm also curious about how your experiences were with the spacesuits in flight. Thank you very much.
I think the question was about the difference with staging between the space shuttle and the Dragon, since we didn't shut down the main engines on the space shuttle like we went through for first stage and second stage. There was a significant difference between the solid rocket boosters
over 4 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight.
And so
Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles per hour.
Associated with it. Doug and
already
I both
almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory.
Early zero-G when we came off of the first stage, and we're getting ready to transition to the second stage, and then we felt that second stage light. And I think the next question was about these suits. Let Doug, if you want to talk a little bit about our experience with the suits.
And while they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Bob and I have had a
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship. Of course, I Still Love You today. We're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Long crash emerge.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon. Still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen.
Changes that you would make for the next cruise to fly on Crew Dragon?
Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship. Of course, I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out SECO. It'll then be a little
Stage 2 propulsion is still good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper stage gets a chance.
The people here who know you personally from Timber Grove, Clear Lake, those who've watched from Nassau Bay, Webster.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a nominal trajectory.
Some of them may be like your son,
just about 10 seconds away from that first stage. Starting that entry burn on your right screen, we should be able to see that view live.
From Houston, from all of these areas in Space City. What's your message to them?
And there is that entry burn beginning.
My first thing I would say about that is,
this burn lasts about 36 seconds
long.
long.
You're doing. This was an extremely long road for Bob and I. We last flew in 2010 and 2011